Alrighty, it is time to come back to our little mover setup. Why? Why are you up there? Why are you? Oh, okay. There we go. We don't know why that is, but we have it as. Alright, we will continue. We will now work with mover. I already retargeted a few animations from the sample project, and this one right here. So let's put this one there. We actually don't need my left monitor. Off you go. And is my monitor not on? It is. Not that black. Oh well. Never mind. Actually, let me double. Yeah, it is on the video itself. Why? You right there. Be fit to screen. Why are you not seeing this? Hang on. What? Why is everything buggy today? Do it this way. Be a little bit strange, but oh well. Wait, we can happen. Transform the screen. Oh, okay, then we will have it that way. I will have to look into why that is, well as many other things. Are currently a little bit off. Feels like I have to entirely set up everything from scratch to be completely low on key. Anyways, this is while this is going. Why are we using Mover? Mover is a really great tool. This is from the animation sampler, and if I just go in here and switch to the Mover client, then you can see we can do much more nowadays and much more strategic with definitions. It's kind of similar to the gameplay ability, while it makes stuff more handleable. It makes a few things more complicated, and we have to take a look into it because we will definitely use this system because it's more flexible. It opens up more possibilities of what we can do. For sure, we could have something like the traversing here with the CMC system, like the character movement component, we could have that. And we also could have that networkable. Though Mover does do a very much better it does do a way better job at replication. So while we have all of this being here, if we now have all of this and go into 2 clients, and now you can see. Oh, actually, let me take the control of that one. Don't have it set up in the way that we see ourselves, but technically, let's do it as, actually not listen to server, we do it as player's client. We have a peer-to-peer connection, we have both bodies right next to each other, and now we can see how well everything works from here. Look, it's fluent, it has no delay. In CMC there was a slight delay. Here there is still a little bit of a delay, but it's way faster, and also way better for networking. And we want to hold ourselves open to the possibility that we create a 2-player system. And that's why we set things up from the get-go as best practice, even though should we not end up doing so, that we can do this with just a few little tweaks instead of having everything in a blueprint and such. The other reason is organization. While we have in the sim system, you normally have like everything inside the blueprint, or something like a actor component, like in here. Though in Mover, while you still have like such stuff like this right now with the traversal in its own logic, you have movement modes. And then you have the logic in those blueprints, and it's more, while it is more work to set everything up, because you don't set everything up in the same blueprint, but you make multiple blueprints for the transition effect, for the movement itself. It's still a way more organized, a way more effective way to make things, make animations. And also it's more fail-safe, because if an animation fails here, if something fails during sliding, it's for example, and only the sliding fails. While before, because all the logic was in our character blueprint, we would then suddenly have problems, because now the entire blueprint failed. So it is more fail-safe. Here's the best example on how things look for a CMC character. Right, you see a lot of stuff is in the event graph. And you do the logic mostly here, and maybe lay it out into new components. While for the mover one, everything is much slimmer. Much more outsourced, so to say. Hey, Syntax, how are you doing? Though this stuff makes it a little bit more complicated. And let's see.
Syntax. Embrace the chaos of greetings and let loyal.
Fuck, I forgot to turn that off.
Together, we shall navigate the realms of conversation.
Auto read off. Save. You shall not read everything again because that is too disruptive. Especially during a stream like this. But hey, yep. Welcome. This was Enma, my loyal companion, and Scythe. That you just heard. So, anyways, let's see. How is the project itself doing? Okay, everything got moved because I retargeted all the animations, every single one that we have from here. And give me my project. And while everything looks, why did I do that? Because everything looks fine here. But if I look in the player, everything is broken because the animations were done for a ue5 character, and this is a customized character. So things do not line up. And we are working on giving stuff into from the traditional way of setting things up in the old way, which is me going to my blueprints, which is here the character movement component, and where things is really getting a little bit out of hand on how big the graphs can get. And this is okay. This is for the animation blueprint. That's a different thing. But here, when we look on basically the logic here for basic movement and everything, we have a lot of logic inside the blueprint for to make character movement and stuff work. Not ideal. Mover makes it more ideal. And basically what we will do is bringing everything from here over into Mover. Mover is a new way of handling movement animations in Unreal Engine 5. They introduced it with 5.6, but they really stress that that's the new way of things on how you will work with animation, with further coming up updates. We will look into it. A lot of stuff I can already tell is a little bit more complicated in the old way, while you would say here with playing animation montages, the actual animations and when you handle with Mover are outsourced in a data table. So we will look into that, setting everything up. First we take everything that we have from the sample project, from the GASP, the game animation sample project. We took the character from that over here. We have to basically go into that data table now, setting all the animations that we retargeted into there so it works with our character. And then we can look into setting up additional movement animations, such as our climbing, our swimming, so that that works again. Because right now, especially because recently I fixed my root motion problem, everything is broken. So that's a good start. If I have to fix it anyways, it's a good way to just go now and bring it over from the regular system to the new one, so we do not have to do that in the future. Like, check one thing. All right. Okay. So that's what we will do today. So we will probably spend a whole bunch of time in the data assets, which has the weirdest part. I don't know why they put it in there, but it is. If you're ever looking for that for your own game, it's in the characters, ue5 and mannequin, then animations, and then experimental state machine. And here in the experimental state machine, this is where we have our data table. This is where we set all our lodging. This is how it looks. It looks, I mean, it gives you quite the good view on what things, but I'm glad they set it up, because I wouldn't be smart enough to set something like that up without falling into something that would break easily. So I like that they did that. Stand walk, stand run, stand sprints. So we go from top to bottom. Now we go in here. We have inside that another state machine. Did not even know that that was possible. That you can nest it with yourself. But apparently it is. So we have that, and now we have our stand idle loops. Our stand idle loops here. Was that my? No, I did not do that like that. Okay, then now I have to double check, because I thought I had set it up that way. Let me actually window content browser. Let me get a second content browser, as we will need to navigate. This is where we can go into this. Also, why are you not? Well, we just keep it there. I don't care that the Asper is suddenly in the way. Sometimes it just does that. Annoying, but it happens. Hours, then we go into mover. Idle. I'm doing good. Getting a little bit more complicated today. Complex, I would say. Not complicated, but it's... The thing, what is complicated here is tracking down where you have to move stuff, but once you know, it's quite easy. So we have an idle loop for our relaxed. Okay, but we have only new. We not. Idle rain. Relax. Uh-huh. That a problem? I think it is. Why is neutral there? But relax is not there. I mean, we will change it on one point anyway, so. So what they basically do here, I kind of like that they do it like that. So what this basically is you have your idle loop, and then you have breakups. So when you stand there, and you have your little animation of standing there, and you want to have it a little bit more flexible, that you are, one time you pick out your map looking at it, the next time they are looking at their phone or whatever, right? And then those are the breaks. Those are those idle breaks. So that you have a little bit more of a variation inside the system. I don't know why they why they put the 8 here and not down here. Make it follow downwards. That's what I will do. We do not have the relaxed version for some reason. I have to check that why that is at one point. But basically, let me make another content browser. Bring that content browser here. So this one will be constantly in our animation. This is what I transferred over from remover. Those are all the neutral ones. No relaxed one. You can see it's a lot of animations. It's like over thousands. To be actually precise, it's 1109. All of those elements were transferred over when I did the retargeting. There is a relaxed walk. But is there a relaxed idle? I don't know why. Definitely we saved that before anything breaks and our system crashes. Basically, there are a few additional things like just having foot placement for a right and front, a right left foot and left foot, so that the animation can, that those can be used for how should I put it? For IK collision. Let me show you with the other project what that actually means. We have here the game animation sample project from Unreal. That's that one. If you want to have a look at it for yourself, you can download that one from the Fab Store for free, because this is a learning project for people. Some people like to use the entire project and build upon that. Since I am already a running project, what I did is I merged my stuff over. I merged the stuff from here over to there, my project. So, but what can it do? So, we have, first thing is networking. Networking works way better as with the old system. So that might be interesting for you as well. The other thing is, those are all now, as you can see here, this is they made little widgets, so you as the tester can test it out a little bit better. And basically you could go and say, I want to run around as this character, which is a meta-human, right? So if you're missing this game widget, you can activate it with this particular thing. So what is that IK thing that I was talking about? Let me show that to you. Let me go here where it is a little bit more steeper, and where foot placement might not always be accurate. So you can see here that we have the foot aligning on the floor, even though it's like a slide. This is IK collision collision placement. You can do that with the hand. You can do that with this. It happens with collision and collisions to the bones, which basically means you would have to need specific bone specific bones to it, like the IK foot bone and stuff, which you normally wouldn't do because that stuff is usually a control, not a bone. But in this case, you give the engine a few things to work with. You do it there. You could do that in Blender.
The void for 90 seconds.
You could do that in Blender, but you can also do it in Unreal Engine. So that's the type of bones that I would just add in Unreal Engine. Don't worry about it in the Blender setup at all. And yeah, you can do that. It adds a few things that makes it a little way more versatile. And this is mover. This is what we will traverse. Traversement is also a thing you can do. And it has really nice traversing animations. So that's part that I will just use from here. So I don't have to get it. Since they put it under a license that it's free to use for everyone, which I'm very grateful for. Thank you, Unreal team. You saved me a lot of work with gifting all those amazing animations, I have to say, to us, so that we can implement that in our indie game and have a parkour system just like here. So that's also a point why I want that. We can have that slide, we can have that basically how should I put it? I would really call it free running parkour system that they added here with all the animations, which makes it really, really good for our system, because we will have that a lot too. And I don't have, since they provide that for us, we do not need to look at animations from Mixamo, or even worse, doing them all ourselves, because if you ever have animated stuff, you know how much work a single animation takes. An animation just like this, that takes at least a week. At least. Because there's so much to it. There's like one till you have the ref shut down. And then you have a few other days where you do nothing but tweaking it with in-betweens. Maybe if the vision is completely on spot and you have the right references, then you probably need maybe only 2 to 3 days. But most of the times, visions are not completely where you need them. And I mean, nowadays, if you would work in a bigger studio, you definitely would have a motion actor. You would have someone wearing a motion tracking suit, having a camera taking all those nodes, animating that, cleaning that up. If you're a really good animator, you might be able to clean that up in one day, but you have to be incredibly talented. And we're all learning. I'm basically in this shoe. I'm basically mostly in the same shoes as to what the team of Klebsker wear, just with the little difference that I'm just one person. So, I'm very grateful when they are that good enough animations. However, it's split in so many little things, because let me show you what that idle thing means. So, you see the idle post happening right now? That's the idle loop. Now a break happens. They're looking around. Back to the idle loop. Another idle break. Back to the idle loop. Another idle break. You can see how this is very, very useful to have such a system handled by just a mere data table. You can use that for pretty much everything. You can use that for a crouching idle, which they also have, and many other things where you need multiple animations to give it a little bit more of a living feeling, so it's less static. And it helps giving immersion. So this character, because it has those brains, feels already more alive than when it constantly would stay in that position. So having a system that makes that easy for you is very beneficial for us. The downside is it gets a little bit more complicated to get into all of this. And as we can see, what is it saving? Oh yeah, it's saving all the files right now. As you can see, it's quite a lot of things. 1,109 assets. Not all of them are animations. There are a few things that I can throw away, like all those meta-humans. Like the one we just saw, We don't need that for the project. We're in anime. We don't need realistic people. Not in our anime style. It would not work. It would just not work. You cannot put a realistic looking person in a very hyper stylized environment and think, hey, it works. You can maybe do it if you are more like a, let's say, comedy game. Then maybe as a comedic value, you can do that. Like, oh, fuck, I'm trapped in the wrong movie. Or anything like that. But, yeah, we have to wait till the saving is gone. Since it's a lot of assets, it will take its time. But then we will, for now, we will take all the retargeted animations. That's the thing that I needed to do. I had to retarget all those animations that we saw from earlier. I had to retarget each single one. I mean, you do select all and then retarget, but it takes a time. I had my PC running for like 45 minutes till it had every single one retargeted. So we will take those animations, and change what is here on the non-retargeted animations. We change it from here to the retargeted animations. That way, the animations are not broken on our character. But for different characters, it's useful. So, yeah. You can basically have multiples of those tables, and that way then create more of a diversity, give the characters personality. Like, I have two main characters in mind, right? The other one I still have to make. But, for example, the other character will be a blood mage. So, her idol will a little bit evolve around having her blood magic, fiddling around with it, opening her magic book, fiddling around with that. If maybe dropping into a pool of blood and then stepping out of it again, stuff like that. Right? So that's stuff that I have to hand animate. That's stuff where I cannot get any motion tracking data from anywhere. Just not possible. Unless you maybe have a motion tracking studio or you have your own motion tracking suit. Where I wish I would have something like Rococo. Because their suits are amazing. They are cheap. So, I mean, they are affordable. Let's put it that way. Cheap is a little bit a bad word. They are affordable. Though affordable means it's still above multiple thousands. But you also need the space for it. You cannot do it in just your bedroom or something. So if I would ever invest in those, it would definitely need a lot of preparations first. And yes, you can use motion tracking data for stylization. You just have to pay in mind that you have to a little bit tweak the animation later, so you have more of an exaggeration effect. unless you're doing like maybe something like Batman or something, then you probably are good with just fixing the data, because that one tries to be more on a realistic view of things. There's not much of, at least at the cartoons I remember, there was not much of stretching happening. And basically tells this overly stylized story, more on a rounded, more realistic, but still drawn way. It's a little bit on the semi-realistic level. Still stylized, but the stylization is so humble that you would not have that. In anime, it really depends on what kind of anime you do. There are animes out there, like Berserk, for example, where you would not have that much squash and pull squash. You don't have that as much as on an anime that is more moe. We are working moe, so we will have a lot of squash and stretch, but also not as much. So that's the thing. You have a little bit of that in regular anime, regardless of what style. But if you really overdo it, if you really do it in a strong amount, it automatically gets really comedical. The best example that comes to mind from my end is not an anime at all. It's a cartoon. The Roadrunner. You know that one. Right, Warner Bros. Roadrunner. And there you have a lot of stuff going on in that direction. Also Tom and Jerry. So that one also has a lot of stuff like that to it. And then in anime, if I think of stuff like, it's getting harder on anime, but especially when you look at something like something like Fairy Tail or One Piece, you have a lot of squash and stretch. It's insane. It's insane, especially on Luffy from One Piece, because his whole trait is being basically having the power to act like being out of rubber. So he can stretch his arm really, really strong. This is kind of like his trait, his superpower that he got from eating that fruit. And in other animes, you have a lot of squash and stretch in battle animations, actually. So when you have something like a sword being swung, you would basically break the rig a little to give it a really strong arc to emphasize that motion, if you would put it in 3D. Yeah, same in Roadrunners. So you do a little bit of those animations. Let me actually Here's a good example in, let me get YouTube. Here's a good example in the Zenless Zone 0. Let's see if I can find that cutscene really quick. Already has so many. I know it was with the police, so yeah, that one.
Now, follow my instructions.
But what about the enemy?
Leave it to me.
It's a little bit on the comedic side, but did you see that just now? Right there. Let me actually make it big. And let's make the playback speed really slow. And then you can see it really well on that.
Enemy.
Right, this is already more on the realistic side. But as soon as this falls down, saw that stretch? How strong he gets stretched just to emphasize that he is falling down. It's a little bit on the comedic side, but it also adds to it. This is something that you do in anime. Not always. If you're more serious, then you probably won't do it. Zenless Zone Zero is a little bit on the side where it's a mix of both. It's serious and dark at some times, but also goofy at some other parts. Also, one other typical anime thing. Notice how the camera work is almost static. It's a very thing to sell off this hand-drawn style. It's very important to do that. This is very, very important to do that, because otherwise you would basically break the immersion, make it too realistic and not giving this hand-drawn experience. Because when you basically want to sell that this would be an animation here, they did. I think they could have done a way better job with rendering, because this could have used a non-photorealistic rendering. If you would put that on top of everything, it would really sell that it would look hand-drawn. So if I go here in a game where they do not do in-game cutscenes, but actually render cutscenes that they rendered in Maya. Here's Maya. I know we all are not the biggest fans of Maya, but it's great for animation and rigging. Still, you can make Blender work the same way. It's just a little bit more to set up. But let's take here this cutscene here. Right? If you have stuff rendered this way, let me actually mute that so we do not get copyright claimed. Should have done that already. But basically, if you see it like this, okay, here they did a little bit of bad job because they rotated the camera too much. But on all those still frames where there's little movement, it almost sells it as if it would be drawn. Like if I pause it, can you tell it's 3D? I can, because I'm used to that. But right? Okay, on shots like that, or on that, you can tell because the movement was way too fluent to be undrawn. But you see if you render it like that, and Unreal Engine is capable to do that, and Unity is also capable of doing that. All the HoYoverse games, Stanless Zone Zero from earlier, and Honkai Impact Art, those are all done in Unity. And and don't forget about the power of this. I'm kind of like in awe right now that I managed to stop it at the right moment, because this is an impact frame. So if you pay attention to all those little details and limitations, you can sell it off really, really well. And you can already tell from how I nerd about that this is a very passionate thing for me. But right, so this is stuff that you then can do for all your animation. Push, stretch. You can really emphasize this, and when you in that battle, I don't know if you noticed, but squash and stretch is in here as well. Go back here and go into a slower speed. It's more visible for fighting scenes like this. It's really important. Now we have a little bit of slow motion. Right now. Come on. You don't have it. Here you have it a little bit to, especially in this arc, you can see this body is stretched. And also the rig is broken to a lot to make this scene even possible. You can tell it hurts a lot to be in that position. Also, in order to pause it at the right moment, in order to have a mouth shape like this, you cannot achieve that with traditional topology. If you have a mouth shape like this, that means that you have to lose up a little bit of the topology around here. Otherwise, you cannot do that kind of mouth shape without corrective blend shapes. So in order to do something like that, you have to add a little topology to support that basically strong distortion, and also to make use of the fact that you are not using a realistic light, that you break it up and have those hard shadows. Make use of that. So that way you can, you have basically less information around the lips. So that you can basically move the lips in a strong position like this. Oh, that's only possible if you know what you do, why you do it. That's the most important thing. You have to know why you are doing it. The most important thing that a lot of people are missing when they make anime characters. But that's also a thing. It varies a lot if you make a character for a shot like this, or if you just make a 3D VTubing character. Because most likely, a 3D VTubing character will never have a mouth that wide open. And if, then you have to pay that in mind again. But see this? You can tell from this shape alone that the body is already strange. The anticipation, you can probably tell from the shot like this that you have to break the rig a lot, because otherwise you would never get a clean silhouette like this. That's stuff you would only make in that's stuff you only do in shots. You can only do that. Breaking the rig, you can only do that in shots, pretty much, because in game, especially when you have like a not fixed camera position, you cannot do that. See how this all lines up? You have to a little bit break the rig in order to get the shot done. All tricks of the animation that you should see what they do in DreamWorks sometimes. It's hilarious, but it gets the job done. It tells the story exactly how you want it. Like I know, for example, was it Moana? I don't know. Was Moana or like a different it was a DreamWorks one, that much I know. It was where a girl that were holding green shards, and you basically saw the hands close to the camera and then the face a little bit smaller. And in order to make that shot, they had to stretch the arms quite a lot so that the arm would. Maybe I can find a picture of that.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Let's see, animation break rig. Let me. People do really funky stuff. Was it Moana? I think it was Moana. No, I cannot see it, but shots like this alone, you have to break the rig a little. Because no camera works the way that this would work. I think it was Moana. It kind of fits the style, but I cannot find it. But yeah, you do a little bit of breaking those in order to get the feeling right. And this is in any kind of stylization, be it Pixar, be it anime, be it cartoon. What is the most important is to get the feeling across, to get the sense of everything. So you have to squash and stretch. So you have to break your rig sometimes in actions, especially in cutscenes. In games, you cannot do that as much. You can squash and stretch, but you cannot break the rig. Unless you're a fighting game. And the fighting game only works because you have a fixed camera position. If you have something like Guilty Gear, where the characters are also 3D, but you always watch them from the start, or 2XKO, the fighting game from Ryan, you can do that there. You can break the rig, because you have a fixed camera. But you cannot do that in games that have a 360-degree view. You cannot do that there. Because what works in one angle doesn't work in another. And then you run into problems. So you have to pay that in mind when you animate. Which reminds me, does it itch you to animate again? Like actual animate? Like the stuff that you would like to have, not the... Does it itch you? Because it certainly itches for me, but I have to prepare a few things first to do some animations again. Some people are like, oh no, animation is so complicated. Get the heck away from me. And I don't mean, I mean the pure animation. I do not mean the rigging. I know that rigging sucks for most of the people. I'm not talking about that. Let's say you have a fully rigged thing, and you could animate it for whatever you want, telling a love story between two characters, or I don't know, an in-depth style that shows the philosophy of life, or whatever the story you want to tell. Because back then, when we had our animation still with Andre, I loved animations with him. It was always so enjoyable with him. The others were, I would say, they went to animation way too technically. It broke the fun. It stole the fun. I personally think, and that's why I love stylization so much, I think it should go with the flow. Disney, I would agree. Warner Bros. I would strongly disagree. Cause look at Batman. Wait, that's DC. Okay, in something like DC or wait, isn't DC Warner Brothers? I think DC goes under the Warner Brothers town, but I'm not too familiar with all those superhero stuff. But if there would be an animation movie, oh yeah, DC. Take something like Into the Spider-Verse. Into the Spider-Verse has a lot of fighting in there as well. And most of the times, what you could basically take Spider-Verse or Arcane, you could take those and compare it completely to anime. There's a lot of stuff you find in animes, you find there as well. The the extreme fighting scenes, the overly, the strong stretching and stuff, you find that there as well. Even impact frames. There's one thing I loved about Arcane. There's this one thing, a scene of betrayal where there's that one girl putting a gun at one of the main characters and pulls the trigger, and you hear an explosion, and in that impact frame you see her smiling, and in the other parts where it's not the impact frame, she had the frowny face. So it was a perfect way to tell her how twisted of a person that one was. That's another thing why I love impact frames, because they are such a great tool to tell a story, to tell the intensity of the fight. And this saving takes longer than I anticipated it to do. But it took almost as long, if not even longer, to actually retarget that. So I'm not too surprised, but it sure takes long. And we cannot work while that one is saving. But yes, like in something like Bambi, you would have Bambi would be a show where I would say, and it would benefit from something like a impact frame to show basically the impact of the bullet when it kills her mother. Right, that when that bang comes, and then you have like a little impact frame from that bang, showing the dramaticity, is that a word, of that moment, the dramatic of that moment. That would be a typical scene where an impact frame would help telling the story very well. The rest is, of course, yeah, you would have, when you have that bunny, I don't know what it is called in English anymore. I think he's just called Hopper, but I'm not too sure. But that bunny character, that friend of Bambi that helps guiding Bambi along the line, while that bunny is jumping, you would do a lot of stretching and squashing in that jump animation. But yeah, fighting scenes definitely have that a more, can be great. You can also have that in performance. If you have like a music anime, those exist as well. Take K-On!, take Girls Band Cry, take Nana. Those 3 animes, they're all about making music. Though Nana is also about romance. They have that as well. They have an intense movement in their performance, in how they play guitar or how they sing. So you have that there as well. It's always a stylistic choice. How do you want to tell the story? What is the emphasis? Mine is more on the darker side, so yes, we will have fighting scenes like the one that we just saw in Honkai Impact Art and stuff. We probably will not have a fall. Like, if we have a fall in just like in the goofy slice of life scene where they talk to each other. Or when someone is tripping and falling. There you can have that. Would not fit it too well to have it like this. I call it stop and fall. So what a lot of cartoons do, and this is where Zenizan Zero leans on more on, it's basically, it's leaning more on traditional cartoons rather than traditional anime. The characters are in an anime style, but the animations are more towards typical cartoons. So that's why you have the stop and fall. Like when Coyote from Roadrunner is running off the cliff and then suddenly notices, oh, there's no ground beneath me. And then once he realizes, falls down. Right? Stuff like that like we saw in the Danger Zone Zero from earlier. There you have this. I really call it. Don't know if there's a specific term for it, but I call it wait and fall. And yeah, if you do cutscenes for something like anime, then it is getting really important that you limit yourself. Limiting means you are, for example, you animate on turns, or you limit your camera movement, because especially if you go more towards traditional anime, like Ghibli. Yeah, exactly. Like when you animate stuff, you have this animation table where the light is coming from the table itself, and then you have your layers that you put on there, and you move the layer after layer. So if you have like a parallax effect, then there's like the background layer moving a little, and then the foreground is basically static and stuff. You have to pay all those stuff during that animation, how stuff is animated there. You have to pay that all in mind to make it basically to sell a cutscene as a believable anime style. Because if you break it, like if you have like a 360-degree rotating camera, you can't directly tell it's 3D, and it basically breaks that immersion of being anime. But yes, anime is very well known for very eccentric, I would say, like extravagant. Yeah, I would call the fighting scenes extravagant. Especially when you go into something in the mecha universe, like Gundam or Code Geass, Neon Genesis Evangelion. There's even one iconic thing that mecha animes do, and some of the magical girl animes, that is called the Eternal Circus, which is a very, very distinct way of animating a fight with a lot of exploding bullets. I actually have something in mind where that isn't being used. While that is going on, we can have a look on that. But that's very, very specific. So, but yeah, speaking of intense fight scenes, this one is full of it. The sad part is a little bit, you can tell the environment is so fucking, it's a lot of CG. You can tell. You can tell with that movement and everything, it's a little bit breaking. However, Eternal Circus, there's an Eternal Circus in here, happening in a few seconds. Also, a good trick is to mix 2D with 3D. Like, when you look here, all this dust, it's not 3D. Those are 2D cards that are animated. This right here, this is an Eternus. So you have one character floating around in rash movements with a lot of explosions around. That is very specific, mostly to mecha stuff like this right now. Where you have that. That's... You have to know iconic things like this so you can replicate it if needed. With magical stuff, you can do that as well. Like having a fight between two magicians. They're floating in the air, and then you have those magical explosions. All doable. But this is stuff that when you basically try to direct such a intense scene, you have to pay in mind of that. You have to have it at least in the back of your mind so you can decide, do I do it or do I not? Because while it looks cool, it only makes sense if it really pushes the intensity of the fight forward. If you put it in every single fight, then lost the point. So less is more, especially in anime. You wouldn't think of it if you see the intensity of fights, but you really have to regulate yourself in order to make it feel that intense and not be overwhelming. But you can also quickly see why games in an anime or even in a stylized style that has a lot of magic going on always have that epilepsy trigger warning. Because there's a lot of light changes, there's a lot of color changes in just a few seconds in one scene. You have to tell your viewers that it can cause epilepsy. There are games out there that have that and do not warn. And I want to slap them for that. Because you definitely need to warn your players that you can do that you do that it is. And best is that if you have the marking right there, because all those little symbols that you have there for violence, gore, strong, flashy images. There's a reason why why there are international symbols for those that you then use to tell your viewer what they have to expect before buying the game. Technically, I would love to see that on the start of an anime as well, but I can understand that you don't want to put trigger warnings in each episode. And by now, it's pretty much well known that in a fighting anime, you will expect flashy images. Same for a fighting cartoon. Or a sci-fi movie that is on the realistic side. You have the flashy images there as well. Not just on the stylized side, it's also on the realism side. You have something like Star Wars, that can cause epilepsy easily as well. One thing I still have to figure out for the mover data table here is it says a O.x right here. So for the float range of the x value of the ambient occlusion, you have sometimes those values. Why do they do that? In anime, well, that depends on the anime, because in most of the animes they are all hand drawn. They are hand drawn. They are painted in 2D. Yeah, they're most of the times painted in 2D. So for games, you kind of have to try your best to replicate them. Only lagging from the saving. So my character is not reacting to my camera right now. And now it is. And now it's not again. Oh well. But yeah, you have to pay that in mind. Most stuff, and we are having a little bit of a setup for that as well, where we, for our VFX, will use animated cards at a few points, and at some points we will use just a NeoGara system and have it spreading out from there. If you would do a tornado, you wouldn't use a card because a tornado has volume, so you cannot do that there too well. But for some animations, you can make it face the camera, being a card, like for something like dust, where you can see through easily, where there's not a lot of motion. There you can basically use that, put that in a mode where it's facing the camera, and then you can do that. Depends, of course, what kind of dust. You have like a moving animation and you have like a dust trail on the foot, then you will use volumetric data. You will make it being a, well, in this case, a Niragara animation with, not with VD, you can use VDBs. I don't have, I could, at one point I want to fiddle around with Ambergen, ever since I know that you can stylize Ambergen very well. But I'm not too sure. And I want to see first what I can do, what I can achieve in Niragara, with Niragara alone, without using VDBs. And then if I hit a point where like, I think I need a VDB, a stylized VDB for that specific cloud, for that fire or whatever, then I will look into Ambergen and what it can do in order to help me out there. Okay, it's finished. We can work now. Okay. So there are the relaxed idles, but we only have the normal idles, whatever reason. So I know, right? Probably because I'm streaming. line. Oh look, we have the relax. There it is. Relaxed idle loop. And I took the opportunity and added a prefix so we can find it more easily. So I still want to search for idle though. Don't know, can I? Does that work? I want to test something. No, I cannot wildcard it, okay. I cannot wildcard my search, okay. That complicates a few things. But it's only complicated in the way that I just have to scroll a little more until I reach what I actually look for. So we are looking for copy the name. Now let's type in my neutral stand idle go. And this one is number 8.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Why are we missing a number 8? Let me go with those that we definitely have and then look into the number 8. Interesting, we skip the 3 entirely. Okay. 5 is missing as well. But number 6 is there. They might have a naming difference that we are not aware of. M relax stand idle break V0. Take that. Here it's number 5. And number 7. There we go. So now we have that one changed. And we can now put that into all the others. It really took an hour. Which roughly is what it took to retarget as well. So I'm surprised. I am relaxed transition crouch. Crouch to stand. Yeah, that one. And then I'm just going to neutral transition. And basically, it's annoying work, but it has to be done. It's because we are transitioning from one system to the other. And we have to do all this. Normally, you wouldn't need to set that up because everything is on your own system. But here, since we are retargeting everything from one system to the other, we have to do this. First left. We do the same with right. And then we do the same with 180. left. Right. And there we go with that. And stop. Did that. We did that. And now the war. Oh my fucking god. Oh my. They really made it complex. At one point, oh, it's, I think, sorry for that. I hit the table with the mic. My mic was occluded. I had to pull it down a little. This is just, everything of this is just to have a more dynamic way of having all those movements. And every single one of them is a very fine-tuned walking animation. I don't know yet if I want to keep every single one of them. I think they will at least change the standard walking loop. But, oh my, I'm really glad they did all the work, because this is like AAA standard type of work. Stuff a normal indie would not be able to do, because it's just so much work. But it's that we have to do. Trust me, before I tackled them, I had no clue as well. It's all because I watched the Unreal Fest and was like, it exists? So cool, I want that. It would help me a lot. And then, yeah, now we're here. Like, okay, PCGL, I tackled, I did not know PCG existed for a long time until I stumbled upon it by accident, basically. And then I walked more down the more specific road for that with the tutorial videos of procedural mines. I highly recommend those. Those are awesome. Does a really good job at explaining those, breaking that down. Because it looks like witchcraft to many, but it's actually quite simple. Let me correct you there, because it's both a blessing and a curse. Because knowing what you want I think the best way is to quote a song. Truth be told, it's a lonely road living your dreams. Just because you know what you want doesn't mean that you have people supporting you for what you do, or people to talk to even. Know how rare it gets that I can talk to people about the fascination of anime. You shed tears when you suddenly can talk about it. It's that rare of an occasion. You know, what I would recommend is looking at talks from the dev team, the development team from Expedition 33 Claire Obscure. That was a team that knew nothing. That started completely as junior, and they won awards this year. They won a lot of awards on the gaming awards because they made an incredibly good game. And why were they able to do that? Well, according to them, because there are a lot of amazing people out there that are making all those fancy tutorials that they could lean on in order to make that game even possible happen. So the people that make all those amazing tutorials, they are a lifesaver for them. Not just for them, they are also a lifesaver for me. Because it's like a little bit like pressing the skip button, because there are already compressed tutorials for those specific problems. You can more easily find out how to achieve your goal. Because not always. There are a few things I have to figure out myself. But in many cases, I can find it out by just watching tutorials of people that already walked that step. And then with my experience that I now have, can be like, hang on, they do it there a little bit weirdly. I can make it better if I do it this way. Because sometimes okay, this works, but it's not as performant in some tutorials. And with a little bit of experience, you can then put that to better use and be like, okay, I know the principles of what I have to do, and I know how to do it better. But with the experience I, by now, have gathered with everything, for example, I know a lot more about nanite now, how to use nanite, how to utilize nanite, where I can utilize nanite, and where I better leave things how they are. Because yes, you can mix nanite with non-nanite. You just have to be very careful on how to use this. I did, like my bamboo trees that I got from So Stylized. Those are not nanite already, so I will not put nanite on it. So those are not rendered on a nanite. And it doesn't cause complications if you do it like that. For my terrain, that very much is nanite. Though I have to apply a few fixes so that it is also working with runtime virtual textures and not breaking with the house. But also for that kind of stuff, it sounds like I have to figure it out myself. No, there are tutorials for the house. I just have to watch those tutorials and then just apply those, which is great if you do something like that. It's not great if you plan on putting that stuff on your portfolio. Then you probably should reconsider. Because if you want to sell something off as your own work, it's better not something that is just be done by following a tutorial. People can tell. So put your own originality in those, always. That's the one we just did. Now for the run. So let me actually think for a second here before I continue here, because I kind of want to fix your problem. Because the best thing you can do, what I personally think, the best thing that you should do is putting everything off at one point. Take your time at one point in the week. Doesn't have to be this week, doesn't have to be this year even. But you should take, at one point fixed in time, a moment where you turn everything off. No radio, no TV, no PC. And maybe put a book in front of you, an empty book where you can write in. A notebook. And then basically talk to yourself. You don't have to do it physically unless it helps you, but communicate with yourself. Write down likes and dislikes and try to figure out that way what you actually want in life. Not just professionally, but in general. Write down what you enjoyed during the studies, during all the experiences there when you worked with something. What did you like? What did you not like? Then try to find out similarities. Like, I know you like drawing, for example. I know that you really love that. What is the similarity to modeling? Where can you put what you like to use with the other knowledge? And then you can figure out where you want to go with all that you learned. And once you did that, it gets easier to find a goal, a personal goal that you want to achieve. Then find out, once you did that, find out how to get there. And once you figured out how to get there where you want to be, you can then break it down in really small steps. Like really incredibly small steps. The smaller you can do it, the better it will work. Because it's a motivator in yourself if you can check those to-do steps off. The what, they have a different style. They are not you. They don't have your emotional experience that you can put in your drawings. They tell entirely different stories than you do. Don't underestimate the story you have. The stories you put in each artwork. And hi, honey, how are you doing? Don't underestimate that. Every single human being is very, very interesting in their own terms. Sure, you have to find out how to sell that online, but it's basically that you but there are ways to learn it. And before being paralyzed, you just take those little things that you would love to learn. I did buy myself a few courses on Colossal for character design. So I can do concept art for characters, which I then applied to Mayo. My own character, the very one that runs around then over our screen by now. These are all the steps I did. That's why I did not model for almost half a year. I did not touch modeling at all. All I did was drawing. I got way better in drawing by now than I used to do before that. And I know way better now all those tools that I can use in order to create characters that are interesting, that tell a story just with their design. And all those points, how important silhouette is, and how you can create a good silhouette. All those little things. You can. That's why where I'm saying, find out what you want to do, then find out how to get there, and then break every step down into very tiny pieces. And once you do that, you have a good strategy plan to get there. Before you reminiscing in, oh no, I cannot do that because I don't know it yet, there's always the chance to learn. Take it on yourself to find all those advices. Did clip not work? Interesting. I have to look at why that one did not trigger. No, it did work. It just took a time. Okay, never mind. And thank you for clipping. But yeah, there is such an importance to bring all these things to life, to work on yourself, to find out what you really want. I cannot stress it enough. The only reason that I so much know what I want and how to get there is because I took a lot of time with myself. This is the scary part because people nowadays, they are running away from that. They are scared of being alone with themselves and basically finding out what they want because it can be quite overwhelming at times. But it's so important that we do that so that we do not live a life in entire despair and unmotivation where you basically where it's always getting harder and harder to get out of bed, to even smile and something good happens. This is stuff that I had to learn the hard way as well. I'm not a superwoman or anything. I have my struggles as well. I'm Eldritch, yeah, but you know, It's a thing where you definitely want to take your time to figure things out. And you know that you want to do concept art is really good, but my question now would be, there's concept art and there's concept art. What type of concept art? Be more specific. Is it characters? Is it environments? Or is it maybe not really concept art? Is it storyboarding? It's also a concept. It's also art. But it's very different from the traditional concept art when you talk about concept art. That can be characters, that can be environments. Maybe you want to do both. Maybe it's just characters. Maybe it's just characters in a very specific style. If it's a very specific style, it's very easy to become really good in that style. Because the more specific you are, the bigger, the tinier the niche is. The problem is that the more niche you go, then less likely you will find someone who's looking for that. So you have to be a little bit balanced between being too niche and being on that end. I know what you're probably thinking. Oh, how dare that she is telling that while she was basically told the entire time that anime would be too niche. Because I knew that this is fucking untrue. Anime is not a niche anymore. By far not. And by far not in 3D. It's a niche in the Western world, but it's not a niche in the Eastern world. And it's getting more and more a thing in the Western world. So, I know what I know. That makes me sometimes so fucking stubborn. And sometimes, while that is a good thing for me to have, for others, it's a pain in the ass. Because they are sometimes in the opinion that they are talking to a wall. And sometimes I have to say they are damn right, because in order for me to execute something that others want, they have to make me understand. As long as I understand why I am doing that, it's easier for me to execute it. If you just tell me, just do that, the likelihood of me actually executing it in the way you want it is near zero. Now I'm confused. I think they had a hiccup here. It doesn't really matter if I go with left foot or right foot first, but they always go with left foot, right foot. They had 2 times left foot here. Oh. Or right foot, left foot, that could also be. I don't know. Now we do step. 180. Left. Like, this stuff is boring, which is kind of perfect for streams like that, because now we can yap about all stuff. would be harder if it would be something where you have to focus a lot. Here, you just have to watch out that you actually have the right naming. Exchanging animations, by the way, from what so we have animations for a different character, and we retarget it so that the animation fits to our character. But now we have to change the database in order to have the animations work on our assets. That's basically what's happening right now, what I'm doing on the side while we lab. So feel free to ask any questions. I love to teach. I love to talk about things. Even though I'm an introvert, but there are some stuff that where I would like that. If I can spread knowledge and help others with that, it's always a great feeling. It run ue5 stub 090 and this time R.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Oh wait, oh. Okay, wait, I was looking at the wrong one. Relaxed, run, stop, B, and that's the left one. And this is the right one, but we also have those that we have to consider. I was looking at, and this is the left one. And then we have right foot, and same with 180. I should probably put a text like that there. Feel free to ask what you can game developer, but also what we talked about earlier about achieving your dreams. I'm far from having now reached my dreams. So there's a lot. I'm far off from having achieved my dreams, but I'm a good step closer. So it's work. Hard work, not easy. But once you put in the work, you will see blossoming. You will see that you, especially when you do put it down in small steps, like I said earlier, especially if you put it down there, like that. There is a thing when you see all those little steps being checked off, that you get closer and closer and closer to your goal. It will motivate you. Then there's another thing, which is you have to learn how to deal with your own ego. Like, don't be like, oh, all the people I know are dicks, so I don't care about what people are saying anymore, and be totalitarian about that. Be, on that case, more like, I take people's opinion as mere advice, nothing more, nothing less. They will not dictate what I should do or what I have to do. They can voice their opinion. I can take my advice, take it into account, do my own research on it, or maybe I already have done my research on that. Don't need to follow around with that because I already know it better. Then, yeah, then you don't need to do that. However, sometimes they say something where you're like, I have no knowledge about that. Let me do my research and then decide what I do. If people are rushing me to decide quickly, guess what? I will tell them to fuck off. Because there's nothing more that I hate than doing a decision without having the knowledge to it. That doesn't mean that I'm not spontaneous or something. I can be spontaneous, but in life-changing stuff, there's not stuff where I'm just rushing in. I at least inform myself, and when I do not know stuff, then I do take my time to decide and then act. It's only in life-threatening situations where I block everything off and then do something directly. In every other thing, in any other case, just take your time. Yes, running out of unemployment support is a little bit life-threatening, but I'm talking about someone pointing a gun or a knife at you. I'm talking about that kind of life-threatening stuff. Unless that's not happening, where you really have to react fast. Take your time with decisions. Nobody can force you to rush things other than yourself. Everyone wants to make you believe that you have to act quick, fast, and efficient, but no. You really don't. Especially when it's I mean, okay, sometimes maybe there's like something like, oh, it's not only available to do that choice in a time frame of a few days. But that's enough time to figure things out. And trust me, it's like a muscle. When you talk more to yourself, if you are more in a good connection, let's put it this way, so it doesn't sound like someone is losing their mind. If you have that, then you basically get better and better at it. At the beginning, it might be hard finding out what you want, where to go, because a lot of people have lost the way to themselves. They don't know who they are anymore. They basically are in a self-identity crisis, where they do not even know what they want in life, how they want to be treated even. And that kind of stuff, how you want to be treated socially, what kind of people do you want to have around you, and who you rather want to them to screw up and never show up in your life again. Figuring that kind of stuff out? Very essential. Highly underestimated by a lot of people. So it's heavy. Heavy, not heavy. And that's also why I can enjoy doing minor stuff like this, even though it's fucking boring. Because I know it brings me to the goal that I want. Hi Kazumi, how are you doing there? So yeah, take the time figuring stuff out for yourself. Be gentle to yourself while you do so. Very important. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. And yeah, if you have any need to talk to someone about that kind of stuff, you know my DMs are always open for you. Also, if you're not opposed to the anime style, we can also figure out how to implement all that kind of stuff. Right? Like you said, the concept drawing. As long as we talk about it, I can then tell you a goal of mine, what I have in mind, and you can do for example, let's say, yeah, actually, let me open this. I have no problems with showing that off in stream. Next mind. And my rough wall before I even started doing anything about the implementation of the game, or I even started. We installed it on the Come on, give me the program, give me my mind map. So, before I even started, I made myself an overview like this. Some people are liking it more in a plain text as like a game document. My game document is a mind map. Even more complicated than this on the unofficial one. But we have those areas here. Sometimes so hard to navigate because it's so fucking super fast. Right, and we have all those areas right here. I can talk to, I have everything written out in detail. I can talk to you about that and then they do the concept art for it. Might be like an example where we could utilize that. Characters in the anime style. You're not too opposed to learning that. You can do it there. You're part of the project. So. Not just about following me or my dream just because it's my project. You can bring yourself in your very own way as well. I would be I mean, it's important to have a clear vision when you do a project like this, but it's also important to be flexible and not be like, oh, it has to be exactly like that and no other way around. That's not how things work. Put out title stand. It's that one. All stuff that is learnable. There's enough information out there. I can guide you to information for that. It's a way of characterization, like doing a caricature or something. You emphasize the slimness of a nose. You emphasize, for example, we women have usually bigger eyes as guys do. So that's why women in anime have bigger eyes than guys. And they emphasize that. And you can see when they are still youthful, they have very big eyes. And when they are more mature, it's more like with my, it's more closer to what I have in my model with the more slimmer eyes. And if they are having seen shit and are more like a very, very serious character that has almost like this resting bitch face going on because they have faced so much stuff, then you have even those triangular eye shapes. So, like, that might be a good way. Is a good eye. Let's go with female eyes. That one is a good one to show it as an example. So those are all those different eye types where you can basically tell just by the eyes alone what type of character is that. That's probably more a cheerful character, while this one is probably more serious and down to some mind games. Or here. Let's actually open that one because that one is actually really good. Where is it? There. Very serious eyes. More on the beauty side. More on the relaxed side. That's definitely a male eye. That too. You can basically tell by the eyelashes. They do not have those eyelashes a little bit more like pointy and this, like standing out. And you basically can tell that is a guy. Sometimes you have guys with a pointy flow as well, especially if it's like a child-like character. And you can have that a little bit to sell a little bit of the cuteness, but you have all those different eyes are very important in anime. Eyes are probably the most important thing next to the face shape itself. And of course, there are different types of anime, but there's like this one thing in particular that's called moe, which is very specific on how things look. Now, that's why animes, even if they are directed and drawn by entire different teams, share some similarities. Because there is stuff like Moe. Oh boy. When I didn't expect it to be that. Okay, that will take some time. But yeah, I can direct you. It's learning, yeah, a lot of learning because they are very unfamiliar with that. But also, the best thing I can recommend is watching anime. Find a type of anime that tells a story that you would like. There's one anime, I think. It's a post-war anime, I have to say. So it's after war has been taken. But I think it's beautiful enough that I could recommend. Violet Evergarden. It's such a heartwarming story. And there are other animes that are more on the music side or more slice of life side, like Your Lie in April. Those are all animes that do not involve fighting. Or at least the emphasis is not on fighting. The emphasis is on in-between character conversations and relationships. Your Name is a love story. A little bit of magical love story at some point. Not too magical. Still very grounded. But it's a beautiful love story. Another anime, one of my personal favorites, but it's called Your Name. That's a nice one. If you do not have a problem with characters that have animal traits, one anime that I can recommend is my overall favorite when it comes to romance. Spice and Wolf. I love this anime to death. This is such a good anime. And the visual novel of it is even better, but that visual novel is, manga? Visual novels are more like traditional books, but sometimes in between you have a very, very well-drawn image in between. Oh boy, do I have that? It's not an animation even. This is something entirely different. Leave that one out. I think we're good. Oh wait, no, this is an entire different. This is an entire different. Oh, goodbye. Okay. We do all of those first, and then we go into the ones on top. Okay. I thought it would be last, that we would be finished here for, faster so that we could work on implementing our own, like our climbing animations, for example, adding it to this stuff. But I highly underestimated how many animations there are to things. But yeah, Your Name is a great one. And Spice and Wolf is a great one. And why is that? Animal characters. Those are the two main characters. It's about the relationship between a traveling merchant and a wolf girl. There is action in there, yes, but it's more of an action in between, like, people are trying to scam him and he has to react and has a little bit of the dramatic in there. But the story is so well written and told. Most of the times like this. So far, my favorite among the romance is also a one that is very, very stylized. Homie can't communicate. And in that image, you can see it's extremely stylized. Then, what I talked earlier on of, there's K-On, which is all about making music. You have little high school girls. Or you have Nana, but Nana has a very not anime style. It's an anime, but it's it's not a typical anime. Then another recommendation when it comes to music anime is Girls Band Cry. As you can see in here, that anime is even in 3D. More on the rebellious side. Right, but it's a good anime. Here, this is what I mentioned earlier, July in April. It's also a romance anime. The one that I think probably that you would probably like the most is Violet Evergarden. That's post-war in the scenario. Like, she lost one of her arms and has a prosthetic that she uses. However, it's a very beautiful story. And as you can see how they sell it, it's more on relationship, less on fighting. And of course, and this is coming closer to Bambi, there is, for example, something like My Neighbor Totoro. Those are the more very old Ghibli animes, but Ghibli in general. Like, one I love a lot, but that one is quite violent. It's Princess Mononoke. They also have, like, where we got back to the wolf. A very good drawn wolf. And there you can see what I meant last time when we talked with the triangles. Right? In order to basically tell this level of stylization. Even if you would do her cape, you basically would just extrude a face, but not a face, an edge. You would extrude an edge to a face and then basically let it come together into a triangle to have those little pointy areas. Right. This is also a Ghibli movie, by the way. Princess Mononoke is also Ghibli. There's kids show, kids animes, like Kiki Delivery Service. Those are all like children characters, so if you have like more mature characters, right, then you have to look for reference for that. But there are so many animes. There's also, I mean, there's stuff that is so cute like this, and then there's stuff that is also very gruesome and brutal, where you should probably avoid something like
Adlings
Corpse
are
Party.
invading the void for 90 seconds.
Where basically, oh wait, ads. I have to wait for the ads to be over. You probably don't have Popo. Got way too high, right? All right, now you're back. Yeah, look around. I would recommend a website like Crunchyroll. That's basically a website that is dedicated to anime. And there you can browse what you would like for style. No, there might be a paid subscription, but no. Some stuff is although free to watch, especially older ones. But let me actually put those two in really quick. still L, but right foot. Okay. Now I'm uncertain if I made a mistake, so let me... No, you don't have to elaborate. It's probably what I will do the entire stream while talking about anime and why what styles are. Actually, let's take Genshin Impact as a good example. Like, this is a concept art image for an area in Genshin Impact. Not so much different from a regular concept art. Thank you. So while you see like characters are very distinct to the anime style, the areas remind more, when you do a concept art for those, they remind you more of a regular one. And this is how such an area then can look in-game. Right? That's why I'm like to take Genshin Impact, because that one has a very beautiful Ghibli style world. Opposed to that, we have stuff like that from Wuthering Waves, which is not as nice to and harmless anymore, more dystopian. Right here as well. It is a drawing. It does look good, and it shares similarity to the ones from Genshin, though it's different. Same with one of my current favorites, Do It Night Abyss. Right. Concept art, still very anime-esque, but if it comes down to areas, very fantastical. This is the eyes area that we ran through last time when we were playing Do It Night, which we will play again next week, because on the 23rd there is an update. But yeah, then this is how it looks in game. Right, you have this concept. You have drawings. Sometimes concepts are being done in 3D even. Doesn't have to be drawn. But you get the drift. It's very versatile from the get-go. I wanted to take a quick check on the actual here. Content, characters, mannequin, animations, experimental, mover. We are in stand walks. And we are in stand walks F. Then we are F, foot, left foot. See, I did make a mistake. So it's left foot. And if you're wondering why left foot, can you have a right left foot? Yes, because the left and right is for the 90 degrees direction it takes. So left foot, and then we have right foot. So it will be M. Oh, fuck. It's not an M. M, relax, walk, reface, start, 090, R, but that one. And same for here. Now, right foot. Okay, everything is right there. And good that we have some empties here, so it's a little bit more readable. I'm glad they did that and not just went downwards. But yeah, we are just yapping. We were yapping earlier about how to basically figure out what you want. Like a little bit about what it takes to be determined to and working to determine towards your goals. Okay, Spice Girl, then tell me what you want. What do we really want? We are really that old that we still know that, huh? We are such a goofy bunch sometimes. That makes being goofy makes life more enjoyable. By the way, what I'm typing here are all names of animations. This is a database of animations so that we can have like a very, very detailed and so basically Unreal did us a good, and I showed you the mover and I retargeted every animation. Now we have to change the original animation in the database with ours, with the retargeted versions. That's currently what we're doing. That's why we're typing in all that kind of Excel sheet looking things so that we can have this kind of stuff in the end on our character. Especially this kind of stuff. And the idling. Because I think this, like losing your arm a little, right? Like losing it off, shaking it off. think that really fits to the martial artist that Mario is. So we can basically benefit from all those animations they put into for us. And there are a lot. In total, with all the files that are corresponding with that, including all those metahumans that we actually do not need, it was about 1,109 assets. Not everything of that is an animation, but a good bunch of it is an animation. And we basically have to, well, work ourselves through that. Let me get that off. Can take that. Then we go left foot, right foot. And now it gets funny here. Okay, here I kind of don't understand the naming conventions. Because B is for back, F is for forward, and L is for left. But what is BFL? Best friend lying down now. I really couldn't tell, but it doesn't really. I would have to look inside, but that's not what we are doing now. Well, actually, let's have a glimpse. Maybe it's clearer when I see it. I kind of am intrigued right now. Oh, there's so many assets that are trying to make a thumbnail right now. It's taking time. Ah, okay. Walking back with a volley and a rotation to the left. The F is not for forward, it's for volley. Now I am smarter. Now I understand the naming convention. Now we know it's volley, not forward. Yeah, I would say today is a good stream because we talked a lot, and I really enjoy that. Oh, and to earlier, yeah, there are artists that you would say are so much better than you. But who knows? Maybe they do love your art that you put out there and be like, and they are like, he is so much better than I am at this and this. Right? Maybe your strength is not drawing, maybe your strength is storytelling. And then maybe they are like, I wish I could tell the story as well as she does. Grass is always greener somewhere else. So, yes, you can. The thing is, the best advice on that end I can give is, look, you can look at other artists, but take it as an inspiration, not as a comparison. Comparison is the killer of motivation. You compare yourself to other artists, it's the quickest way to demotivate yourself. Like, oh no, I will never reach that level. And then you stop before even trying. Don't do that. The reason why I'm so diligent, as that one time, is because I do not compare myself to others. I know there are artists out there that are way better than I am, that can achieve things way faster than I do. But the thing is, I don't let that stop me. I could compare myself to it. I'm very aware that there are people out there that are way, way better in all the things I do. But it doesn't matter. In the end, I do those things in the way I can achieve them the best. The only person I compare myself is myself. I compare myself to my previous one and see if I made progress or not. And you would be surprised how often I think I do not make progress, even after looking at before and after. And then friends of mine be like, are you fucking kidding me? You achieve so fucking much. What are you talking about? Oh, wait, it's a 360, not a 90. Wait, no. I'm completely looking at the wrong one again. LL. And then LL right foot. We do the same with 180. So be gentle to yourself. Don't beat yourself down because you're not there yet where you want to be. You probably will never be where you want to be because it's a bar that rises with your progress. That's what I can tell out of experience. Where I wanted to be a year ago is nowhere close anymore where I want to be now. There's always more. There's always stuff where you are like, oh, I can improve on that. There's always ways to grow. And that's a good thing. Exactly. Obi gets it. And it doesn't even have to be in a professional meaning. It can be something completely unrelated, like cooking. Right? If you're like, you can be like, I maybe have not been made progress in drawing, but I definitely got better in cooking this and this dish. My goals now, my goals now are in some means similar to 1 year before. So I still want to get my foot into the door of people that work in that style. I still want to collaborate with people that share the same passion, not just for anime. Well, maybe it's NPR, stylization in general. It doesn't have to be fixated on anime. As long as I mean, one goal that never changes for me, that's always constant, is that I want to grow. I want to have a chance to improve myself towards my specific styles that I want. So, as stupid as it sounds, that I can even achieve with realism. Will I have fun with realism? No. Definitely no. And I take a lot of learnings from realism. Yes, definitely yes. I would say my goals have risen a lot from what I wanted to achieve, in the sense that I have how should I put it? I have high expectations in myself. While before it was just making a character in an anime style that looks really polished, it's now making worlds in an anime style that are looking really polished, and making actual animations in an anime style that are looking really, really polished. It's the more I grow, the bigger my expectations of what I need to do to achieve that are becoming. Though I have a really clear vision of what I want. So with that, I am less in the danger of that. So one problem with game development, especially when you are alone and do not have a producer over yourself that does the decision making for you, is that you always want to add more cool stuff the more you grow. Right? So at first you just want to make a game that is just a platformer. And suddenly it's a platformer with a combat system similar to Devil May Cry. Then it suddenly has to be fully 3D, not 2D anymore. And or has to have this and this fancy mechanic that you saw in a different game, and you're so inspired by them that you want to have that. I have a really clear vision. I took my time to define things out. That's why it cannot happen for me, because I already defined what I want and what I do not want. To basically define what the scope is, to not make a game that is an endless production. It has a start, it has an end. The only thing that I don't do that's to make things a little bit easier and less stressy for me and whoever works with me is to set myself a deadline. Because if I set myself a deadline, everyone around me has to get a deadline too, and then I have to be harsh about it, and that's things that I don't want. It's just stuff that I don't want then. Especially right now it's still in the prototyping phase, not in the development phase. Once it is in the development phase, of course, but in the prototyping phase, you want to have it a little bit loose. You want to have it in the way that you can do research, that you can fiddle around with stuff, learn things. Because outside of that kind of particular thing, if you're suddenly met with deadlines, you cannot do all that stuff. You cannot research anymore because the deadline forbids you to. You just have to do. And that's my prototyping first. That's why it's always a good idea to make a prototype first where all the complicated stuff is solved first so that you then can do the actual stuff from there, so the actual design and stuff. So that's why I'm developing PCG tools to make my life easier for me. It takes longer at the beginning,
invading the void for 90 seconds.
But it helps speeding up my workflow later on significantly. It's why I take my time learning things, learning as much as I can, so I can apply that knowledge to everything else. I'm at left foot. Can I just rant a little that I find scroll wheels in applications sometimes really unintuitive? Because right now, if I put it here, everything scrolls downwards. But as soon as I reach the end and then use the scroll wheel, suddenly everything goes to the side. I don't want to scroll with the scroll wheel on the vertical scroll bars, only on the horizontal scroll bars. I really find that completely confusing. Okay, now we have those set. Now we can jump into this one. Oh, it's not as bad as I thought. Next, traversal. Oh, that's is where the traversal stuff comes in. PM. It's not the AM. So not the animation. And there we go. That one. What's this time? It's mantle. Reversal mantle. 1 O F 1 O log. And then L. And then R for this one. And done. Right, this is all then. Go for lands. Oh yeah. Basically, the gist of the story I told before is don't compare. Be inspired by others, but don't compare. Don't compare yourself. It's the cruelest thing you can do to yourself as an artist. Because you will always find someone where you think, oh, they are better at that. Like, there's one artist in particular when it comes to anime style, where I think they do just such a beautiful work with the eyes, how they draw the eyes. I think it's on a level where I can maybe like, yeah, I could try to copy it, but then I would just copying it. Could not make myself something out of that. And that one is Lamb. You never have seen Lamb. This is the art of Lamb. Very, very unique. And the eyes, you can tell by the eyes alone. Oh, that's a Lamb artwork. LAM. He's such a good Lamb is such a good artist. Like, they have this very distinct way. Right? They don't go with the typical iris and stuff. They have really, really fancy ways of telling a story with the eyes alone. Right? With the eyes being as sparkly as sparkly as this, and then with a smile like this, you can tell a lot about the character just by looking at the face without having the hair around it. Lamb does an incredible good job on eyes. Where I land? Can we do this? No. But slide is just one. How convenient. But Lamb is one of my favorite artists. And, another one. That I really like, but she has a lot of controversy going on. So it's always but her rendering, those are anime characters. Her rendering goes more towards realism. But Sakimi-chan does such a great job in rendering. But yeah, they are going more towards a realistic rendering. They basically take anime characters and try to depict them in a more realistic sense. That's why you see the nostrils in their artwork. Like in here, when you see Misty, you see the nostrils. You usually don't do that in anime because it's heavily stylized. Since this is like a heavily rendered one, it works. Basically, like they would take a cosplayer and then draw the cosplayer and not the character. But the rendering of Sakimi-chan is incredibly good. There are others, a lot of others, where I'm like, oh my goodness, they are good. But I take inspiration of them. I don't compare myself to them. If I would never touch a pencil ever again. I'm not a fan of her style per se either, but I am a fan of the rendering. It's the first that comes to mind that has this quality of rendering. I'm not really following her. I'm just sometimes seeing stuff of her work and be like, that looks good. It then and walks around, walks back, needs still burning. I just showed her because I think her rendering has a lot where I personally think I can learn a lot by studying her art. Doesn't mean that I necessarily enjoy all her work. There's one singular image that I have of her that I really like, and unsurprisingly, that is for artwork where she depicts a character from Honkai Impact Zone. Meaning, she had drawn a character of Kiana. Okay, maybe if I put it in her share of where is that specific drawing of her? Why is it not showing her artwork anymore? It was such a good artwork. Maybe if I just put her name and Honkai in there. They're not there anymore. Amazingly. Why is it not there anymore? Why is Google not showing it? Shows other characters now. That is actually quite good. Not the biggest fan of the over-sexualization of her artworks, but the rendering. God, the rendering is good. That's why you can't. That's another thing that I think as an artist is important, is to have that view of what can I learn from other artists. It doesn't have to be something where you're like, huh, that's really great. Where you're like, oh, I love this artwork. Sometimes you just have to find out something where I don't particularly like that artwork, but I can see a very good thing that would be useful for me to learn. To develop that kind of view on things, and not just go with the things you like. I personally think that's very important to have. That's why I say I'm not the biggest fan of realism, but there are some people that draw realism very, very well, and where I think, like, if I study how they approach that, I can learn a lot from them. Even though I'm working in a hyper-stylized way. So, just because I'm very, very specific with my style, doesn't mean that I only pick be basically narrow-minded with what I take as an information in order to reach my style. That feels wrong. Alright, sleep well, my dear. It's stand walks, B. Let me compare this really quick. Let me make a comparison here. Did I say compares? Let me compare here. God damn, I cannot talk anymore correctly. It is left, right foot. And then it's right, left foot. Alright. Okay, but I will be right back because all the talking made me drink a lot, and now I have to go to the bathroom. Alright, we're back. But my question would be now, did anything we talked about help you in any way? Well, better, do you know how you can help yourself now? Probably the better way to put it. The way I got there to basically know all this, what I talked about, is the odd way by actually reading psychology papers, studying the ego and everything, and then finding out, oh, this is stuff I did wrong. Other people do maybe a shortcut by having people like a therapist telling them what to do. And I think that's probably the best way. I did not. I knew how to help myself the best. They guide you. All those psychologists or psychiatrists, they guide you. They give you the tools at hand so you can help yourself. And if you're in a deep spot where you are not being able to help yourself, it's very important to contact those and not be afraid of any stupid social stigmatas that probably never come true in the first place. As time changes, people are way more open than they used to be just a few years ago. The more we know about it, isn't it a funny thing? Isn't it actually a funny thing? When you think about that, the more our society knows about how the brain works and how to behave with it, then more it seems that they also that something like depression and stuff is spiking. It doesn't really have to do with each other. Not because we know more that we are in a depressive state, because the technology and everything we surround ourselves puts us in the way that we feel that way, and it's just coincidentally is because we have technical progress and medical progress at the same time. It just seems like it's related to each other. Thank you for the waterboarding and the advent. But yeah, I think the best thing we can do is to be more conscious about how we consume things. That's why it's important to not compare. For sure, right now, in modern world, we are comparing as well 8 billion of people. Of course, there will always be one that is better at something. May not be interested in that, but there's surely someone who can do the backflip better than you can. Doesn't matter to you? Probably not. Same with the art. It's like, yeah, there are better artists. There are better artists, for example, in an anime style. Does it really touch you if someone can draw anime better than you? Right now, probably not. Because you have a different style that you are facing towards. Take it as something where you can learn from, but don't let it be something that hinders you. Because again, we compare ourselves with the entire world. But back then, where we did not have the internet, we would only had compared ourselves to our own social group. Because we would not have the input that an artist in Japan is better than you. And even then I don't think that you should compare yourself to others in your social group. Comparison is a hindrance, not a help. It doesn't help you to compare yourself. But if you take inspiration from other artists, different story entirely. Okay, now I'm going to RLLL. Sometimes their naming conventions are a bit weird. I cannot quite follow them. Right, left, left, left. Or right leg, left leg. I don't know. I would not know what RLLL stands for anymore at this rate. I don't have to. I don't have to understand everything. I do. sometimes like that. There are things where I'm like, okay, I just have to accept that this is the naming convention they went for. Don't have to necessarily imply that naming convention for myself. And I don't understand it. Know that F is for forward, B is for backwards. That's probably all I need to know at this point to follow that pattern around. And changing all those animations here. M relaxed.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Land. Walk. Blind. Relax. Bell. Huh? Really is the case, but why? Why do I have 2 times the same animation in the list? Oh. Is that something they overlooked, or is that on purpose? Who knows? Wait, actually, let me have a good look again. It's okay. Here it is. The same animation, but it just landed as false here, but it is true here. Now it makes sense. Almost done. That works. That one. And now we. This one. I should type correctly and not like a maniac. That's also a thing about game dev. Not everything is always exciting and pulling more stuff into it. Sometimes you have to do it, boring stuff with that. And that gives you the chance to yap, as we did today. It's always with basically everything. Even when you do modeling, you sometimes have like things that are less exciting. This is basically just exchanging animations from one to the other. Walk, pivot, LLRL, left foot. L, right foot. Now it's not the pivot anymore. Now it's box. Forward. RL. Left foot. and the right foot. Now the same backwards. Left foot, right foot. Now the landing. Again, we have jump, but this time it is right, left, land, walk. I'm surprised it's not that there's not under a singular type the heavy, but well. First we convert everything like that. And walks LL. Went through everything here. RL, we went through everything here. It means we are done with stand walks. Did our stand up with those. So next is runs. First the forward. Bye-bye. We have so much work still to do, but I will cancel it later on more stream because I think that's probably right. Very boring to watch, and you can do the rest of stream. But stuff we do, so we can then later on have the fun part. Next run, but it's start and it's forward. Left foot, right foot. Now it's relaxed and reface. Forward 90 degrees. Left. What? Left foot. 180 degrees. Makes sense. With left foot. Then here, go for right foot. Now we change the numbers to 180. And we go again. Left foot to right foot. And now we have the transition animation. Kind of nice that they actually have them named so damn well. Because it makes life very, very easy for us. Because now we can go from sprint to run. And go from left, right, and really work ourselves that way through it. That's why I'm naming conversions, naming conventions can really save your ass if you have a good one. Because this makes searching so much easier. M relax run spin left left F. The left foot. And another one, but it's not LL, it's BFL. 360 L left foot and right foot. Now we have run span back right. I think it's still volley. Back volley right. And we do that with left foot, right foot. And now it's run span forward 360 right. So 360 right, it's spinning 360 in the right direction. Clockwise, where L would be counterclockwise. They have so many detailed animations. I'm pretty amazed that they actually went down to make that many slight alterations just to have it that the system being that versatile and not put the easy way out basically by just having one. Those, like the scrolling being like that, but oh well. Back, left, and then right, and then run. F. And now we can left foot, right foot. And now the spin. Then on the left leg, front. To double check. A mistake. Not so there. Well, The next one ain't one. Oh. Should be in the right one if I do comparison. Okay. So we have the pivot. The box left. I have the box RL front. And then we would already have spin. Let me go down from here. Something is off. M relaxed N N B F R right foot and we are going from BFL right foot don't we do have that out? No, we don't. Okay. Everything good. Now we can go into the traversals. Definitely need a break later. I definitely have to continue the other stuff another time. Because you lose focus at one point. It's getting really out of focus at one point. Okay, we are looking for the animation, not the animation montage. Mental. Now we are going total. And really the case. Yeah, I did a mistake. Yep. Really think. And left. And now heavy. And we have that part. Now we have to take care of that slide. Luckily, that's only one. We really did only do a data entry stream this time. I didn't expect that. Let's foot out and foot out. Foot out, out, moving, run. That's that one. After runs F. Now back. And we do that all for the backwards running. Why did they not just the stuff that I don't understand? Did they just not put the same animation there and then just did they make it an extra animation? Okay. Let's copy. That's what I would have done for backwards animation. I would just have mirrored it by going -1. But maybe there's a good reason why they did. Maybe we really behave differently when we walk backwards. Could be. Oh boy, that's a long time. Okay, we have run, we face, start, B, then 90 degrees, and left. And we take the round. Then we have the same on R, and we take the land. Now we have this, and have it 180 degrees. Also the right. And then I'm going R. Now we have the spins. Right, left come first. But we only take the right foot. Okay, we're not taking anything from there. F, E, L. Left foot, right foot, and then R. Left foot, and right foot. Took 4 hours just that. Fucking. It doesn't feel like it. It really leaves me puzzled that we did that entire stream and nothing else. And you guys are amazing for still sticking around for that. Now we do the box first again, and then the spin. So left foot, right foot. We change it from left leg to right leg. And then we have a specific one for the spin. This one. And spin FB. R. And our landing. Now everything for the left side, and then everything for the right side, and then I think we still have the sprint. I think I will want to do the sprint afterwards. I think that's a good breaking point. Once we have the sprint, while they're running anymore. Relaxed, run, and then loop it start. Interesting. This one is not relaxed, it's neutral. And it's the right foot. What is the switch for? Well, run, pivot, or L, L, L. Left foot. Right foot. Hello there, Miyazaki. How are you doing? Welcome. We're currently passing, we're basically switching out some animations. That's all we basically do. We have similar naming conventions, but that's why we're porting our database through all that effort. Probably not that interesting, but it is something that needs to be done in game dev nonetheless. Sometimes you have to sort things. We have that. Now we have to do landing.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
And we're going through the jump, LL, land, run. We just that one. Now we do everything for the right again. Relaxed, run, loop, and then right leg. It's effort, but the effort is ruined. Then now we have neutral, not relaxed. Run, hard, left leg, okay. Okay. This seems to be an oversight, but well, relaxed. Right now we have the switches from left, right, rear to flank. Left, and then now we have the pivots. Then we have to go through. Not as easy as it's a lot more complex than our character movement component was. Like, by far, they made a lot of content just for this. Where I'm from? I'm from Germany. One box, now forward and right leg. The Unreal Dev team did a lot of good work with that, and it would be a shame if we do not make good use of that. It involves that we are filling that database with all that kind of stuff, but oh boy, is it worth it? Yes, it is. This is AAA quality, and they easily give you access to it. All worth this time, this struggle here. Right. Now we do have heavy. My no, I'm actually a 3D artist. I'm just implementing what comes from. So Unreal Engine, the team behind the Unreal Engine was so generous as to make give us access to a game animation sample project. And in there, they introduced a new system, which is Mover. This is for movement and like better movement, better network compatibility, and they basically gave us access to it. And all I'm doing right now is putting our retargeted animations all in that database they have made. And I'm just exchanging that so we can make use of that. So in the end, we can have a system like where the fuck did there we go. So they made this sample project. This is a sample project. Let's actually switch back to just one player. And in there you have all those fancy animation that have AAA quality with the climbing, with sliding and everything. And it has a movement system, mover system. And it has also things like idle animations, a little bit bringing differences in. And we basically took all those animations, retargeted them, and now we're filling the database with it. So we can put that kind of stuff that we saw here to our character here. That one looks a little bit awkward. But, here. To our main character, right here. So they can do that sliding. They can do all that reversal. How should I put it? All that, traversal parkour stuff. So we can have all of that kind of stuff on our main character without breaking it to, right? Because if I do not take the retargeted animation, it looks like that then. And this is when you take an animation that is not meant for your character and put it on there. You have to retarget. And then you can work your way through all of this. But here, we definitely spotted a weakness here. But I don't know what kind of asset that. Oh, I'll look at that. We did go through run. Now we go through sprint, and then we have the stand part covered, and I will do the rest another time of stream. But yeah, it's just doing that so we can add the fancy, we can lean on the fancy work that others from Unreal Engine themselves graciously added to us. I'm more of a 3D artist. I'm the one who modeled that anime character there. So that's more of what I'm doing. I do some PCG stuff, but I'm in the main sense, I'm an artist. More, I'm just using tech to help me. but I'm 3D journalist. I'm focusing on anime style because that's the style I love the most. But yep, I could talk endlessly on how about all the things that I find fascinating about anime and how much fun it is to try to recreate that specific look into 3D. Because it's not as easy as it sounds. Making 3D look like 2D is quite the challenge. There are definitely more tech-worse people out there that are way smarter than I. That can do all this fancy stuff. I'm just trying my best. Getting there. I'm more humble on that end, I know. But I'm just using tech to get to my creative point. I'm more a creative person. But when you go into NPR, when you work with non-photorealistic rendering and really go into it, then you have to be willing to go down the tech route, or at least have someone that does it for you. But if you want to do it yourself, achieving that particular style, like Genshin, for example, has, or Withering Waves, or Do It Night Abyss, when you find inspiration in those specific styles, then you have to lean a little bit on the tech side. Sadly, not the case that you can completely do without. And we have the 1-2 sprint. There are people that work with those kind of data tables the entire time, especially when you do like a JRPG, like the typical turn-based stuff. And you have a very complex version of that kind of stuff. And I'm in awe that people can do that. I would not be able to do that. I would completely overthink. That's the point. That's the one point where I'm like, I have no idea what the hell I need to do in order to get that to work. Because balancing with like all those shards, it's a lot of math and a lot of trial and error. I'm just not smart enough for that. I'm really not smart enough for that. Or at least let's put it that way. It takes a very different kind of smarts. I have a very high respect to the people that do that. I'm working on my action hack and slash, and I'm doing the damage calculation for right now. Very simplistic. I have base values and I multiply it by the level. That's all I do. All the balancing stuff, maybe at one point I will get the person that can do it for me, or I have learned by then how to do it. Is it correct? LLF left foot was correct. It's so easy to get lost. It's so fucking easy. Alright, sleep well, my dear. I really want to wrap this up soonish as well. I will only do the sprint and then take a break. I really need it. I fucking need it. It's so... If I would be at the company right now, I would, at that point, as soon as I finish that end, that would be when I take the break, and I would not go and eat something. I would go to the fresh air because I really need the fresh air then. Going for walking, except it would be remote because then you have other options to do. Just that, to catch a fresh air and stuff. Go for a walk, or just sitting in the garden. But in a company, I should just take the nearest place and just walk. You take this. Back foot left, back foot. Okay. Right. And wish I would be that smart in math. It would make a lot of things easier, or better than not necessarily easier. But it would open way more possibilities. And you're only that old, and you only have that much time. So, there are just some things that you cannot learn, and that you just leave to others. They are then just already better than you, and you can just lean on that. Make that, like taking assets. One point, you buy the asset from someone that does the jobs are just way better than you do. Like those bamboo trees, for example. They were done way better than I could have done it at that point. The person that's behind that definitely has more experience. Right, now for the right side. Left. And now for the landing slides. Double checking. Okay, we're done with that. Now I have to do crouch, in air, and glide. But I need a break, and I need to send you off to someone else. Let's see who is available for that. But I already have someone in mind. So, let's see. Who else is available? Yeah, I send you off to the deers that I will have a collab with on Saturday. So I send you off to Mage House. Send them all the love, and they are playing Minecraft with the community. Send them all the love. They are a very, very dear couple and friends. So, yeah, have a lot of fun at the Mage House. We see each other tomorrow. We see each other tomorrow. My brain's fried. All right.